Good morning, everybody. All the presenters, could you please check if
Good
you're
morning, everybody.
sorry about that. Um, could you please check if you're having the options for share screen, start video, and unmute so that we could prevent further glitches which might happen during your presentations? Once you finish checking, please type done in the chat box so I'd know and we could move on. Okay. Sharp 9:55. I have been signed out. I told you it's a bad idea of having so many people sign in.
Okay, you're signing. ठीक है बेटा, ठीक है, sign in. Because nobody knows.
I don't know how to enter now. There is no option.
Hello everyone. I Hello everyone. I request you to all Hello everyone. I request all of you to ensure that your mic is working and you have the options to start the video and share the screen as well. Please ensure that everything is okay and drop in a message. Hello everyone. Glad to have you all on this beautiful day. This conference, Steffi, Sustainability Through the Eyes of Future, Fueling Innovation, is connected by Planet Harmony. Planet Harmony is a community that strives to find various means to bring harmony into the world among people and the environment. The organization initially started by publishing real-life stories of youth who overcame odds and challenges to live their dreams, since it was seen that during the COVID-19 lockdown had dissipated the youth. The present event, this conference came up as idea into the fruitification when the team of Planet Harmony realized how the youth of today take responsibility of their present and future when they have the correct knowledge and support, and how they are filled with bubbling ideas and an international forum for coming together for healthy exchange of ideas could be the best thing that could happen to them. Hello everyone, sorry for the technical difficulties. Glad to have you all on this beautiful day. This conference, Steffi, Sustainability Through the Eyes of Future, Fueling Innovation, is conducted by Planet Harmony. Planet Harmony is a community that strives to find various means to bring harmony into the world, among the people and the environment. The organization initially started by publishing real-life stories of youth who overcame various odds and challenges to live their dreams. Since it was seen that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the lockdown had dispirited the youth. The present event, this conference, came up as an idea into the fruitification when the team of Planet Harmony realized how the youth of today needs to take responsibilities for their present as well as their future when they have the correct knowledge and support, and how they are filled with bubbling ideas. They require an international forum for coming together for an healthy exchange of ideas. And this platform could give them a very good opportunity. To start off the conference with a bang, I introduce the chief chair of the conference, Sai Shweta, a 12th grade student and the founder of Planet Harmony, to come and give an amazing welcome address. Sai Shweta is one with varied interests and is always enthusiastic to learn and implement all that she knows and to bring cheer in the people around her as well as the community at large. She has presented two of her amazing innovations, a glass recycling machine and a rural education band called Livid, and innovation challenges that were conducted in Ahmedabad. Her heart resonates deeply with how an individual's physical and mental health is closely related to the environment and vice versa. This is one of the prime reasons that she started Planet Harmony. She also expresses herself through poems and songs. some of her thoughts, which she had also published as poems in her book called Poetic Leaflet. She has also written lyrics, composes music, and sings on topics she feels passionate about. She posts these musical compositions in her YouTube channel named Soul Tunes. One of her original compositions on the conservation of water was presented in the Children's Element Conference in Ahmedabad as well as in Green Friends, a nature care movement by Amrita Puri. Sai Shweta, we request you to give the welcome address after the song.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for that intro, Aishwarya. I'm very happy to see the participation that we have right now. I'd like to start by saying that Earth has been existing for far more years than even human existence. Scientifically, we humans are named Homo sapiens. So I'd like some of you to type in the chat box if you know the meaning of Homo sapiens. Is Aishwarya, could you let me know if some answers are coming in?
There's no answer.
Okay, fine. So Homo sapiens in Latin means wise human. My question to all of you is, are we really wise or are we smart? So let me put that into perspective. Smart refers to having or showing a quick-witted intelligence, and wise refers to having good judgment. When we have good judgment, this means understanding the repercussions of our actions beforehand and preventing massive mishaps. In our quest to becoming advanced, we discovered the nuclear warfare by splitting an atom, and right now many scientists are trying ways to land on Mars, despite us having an amazing planet to live on. Our search to becoming better rejects and neglects the home that we have now. Every step we are taking is starting to look like a step closer to our future's self-destruction. Well, that doesn't seem very close to wisdom, does it? While intelligence speaks, we must pay attention to our wisdom as well. That one voice in our head, which sometimes is more like a whisper, but is always right. That one voice, if you just listen to, can prevent future destructions of our homes. All of us present today, I'm pretty sure, are born between the years 2000 and 2010. So these are the destructions and the problems which were caused between those few years. 85% of wetlands present in 1700 had been lost by 2000. More than 1,000 environmental and activists and journalists killed between 2002 and 2013. 40% rise in carbon footprint of tourism from 2009 to 2013. We do know the Newton's third law. For 8th graders, probably not really sure, but from 9th grade onwards, most of us have learned Newton's third law, which says every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Now, we don't have the right to be shocked at seeing natural disasters that have never occurred before. There is no possible way in which we can go and settle in another planet without carrying an oxygen cylinder from Earth. Now, if we look at this image, we can see the position of Earth. It's being perfectly positioned to the sun. We're not too close to burn, but we're not too far to freeze to death. In all means, what we have been given is 100% a miracle. On this context, I would like to recite a short poem on what we do with this miracle granted to us. The poem is called Earth Story. It goes like this. Streams of water gushing by, luscious green trees growing high, varied animals running by. Then came humans who put all on standby. Blue streams of water flowing at high speeds. What was her blunder that we dulled her? Majestically healthy trees protecting us from the sun's heat, providing us with cool breeze, for nothing ever mattered to us as we went ahead and cut down our all-giver. The shiny, beautiful skin, which looks better when alive, are now dangling around in shops in sin to become a seat for a drive. What oh what has happened to this earth? Oh, I know, it's our birth. Why do we make earth regret our birth? For we haven't inherited her, instead, borrowed her from our ancestors. So we can see that the actual problem here is not carbon emission, climate change, environmental destruction, animal culture, etc. It's majorly us. It's because of us, all these problems. The lack of connection that we have has created a rift and misdirection in our minds and has taken away what our goals were, which was just to enhance better usage of our Earth's resources, not to destroy them, and in turn destroying our homes in the process. And this is why it's time that we youth start pondering upon ways to prevent any further destruction and nurture our Earth back to health. So, in our registrations, we had 100 plus participants from 21 different schools. Sorry about that. Yeah, we had 100 different participants from 21 different schools and from various parts of the globe as well, who have come together to express their concern and solutions after having put in deep thought in their selected themes. This shows us that we are bound together not as species, not as people from a certain country or state, but as Earth citizens, as our Mother Earth's children. Protests and screaming slogans have no more value. It's high time we make the change instead of asking the change to be made. These 2 days of the conference, we had presentations on various different themes which need attention. But we didn't start this conference so students can merely learn how to copy paste text from websites and read them out. The main aim of this conference is to give you all a safe space where you don't feel judged for having original ideas and do not feel scared or apprehensive to speak your minds out. The entire conference is run by students your age, and all presentations are by students your age. Please feel free to express your unique ideas and solutions. And for those who are very new to sustainability and have come here to understand more about it, I hope that these 2 days of the conference shed some light on it. So you can come back for a conference next in the series to present your ideas. Right now, we are in grades 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. In a couple of years, we would have picked our chosen subjects to pursue in college for deeper understanding. It doesn't require sophistication and big scientific terms, just simple ideas and a motivated and inspired mind. Eventually, once we're older, these ideas will turn into huge innovations which will contribute for safeguarding our planet's health, supported by the knowledge we had learned in school and college. As our keynote address, in a few minutes, we would be hearing from Ms. Vinisha Umashankar, who is one such student from grade 11, whose innovation has brought a massive change. Hope these 2 days are fruitful and ignite our minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai Shweta, for such a warm welcome speech. Now, let us introduce the keynote speaker of the day, Ms. Vinisha Umashankar. Vinisha is a student, an artist, and a TEDx speaker, an innovator, and an environmentalist. She lives in Tiruvannamalai, Tamil Nadu, India. She is well known for her innovation, the solar ironing cart. She was the Queen's baton bearer in India for the 2022 Commonwealth Games. She has received the Tamil Nadu Green Champion Award, Tamil Nadu Rural Innovator Award, Global Channel Prodigy Award, Earth Day Network Rising Star, Children's Climate Prize, and Dr. ABJ Abdul Kalam Ignite Award. And she was the youngest and the youngest finalist and the only student for the Earthshot Prize in 2022. She got an invitation to speak along with Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, in the World Leaders Summit at United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, Scotland. In this session on accelerating clean technology, innovation and deployment, her 5-minute speech to the audience of over 3,000 people, including world leaders such as Mr. Joe Biden, President of the USA, Mr. Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of UK, Mr. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, Mr. Scott Morrison, Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. John Kerry, the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate SPEC, Mr. Michael Bloomberg, the former mayor of New York City, and Mr. Bill Gates, co-founder of Microsoft, has garnered global appreciation due to the standing ovation she received at the end of her speech. Her speech went viral on social media and might have been seen over 330 million times. The speech was considered as one of the best speeches of the UN Climate Change Conference. She focuses on innovations that save our Earth, protect the environment, and help the less privileged people in the society. Know about the journey of Vinisha, who is our age and strongly advocates change through innovation. Let us understand how she took her idea from sketch to prototype and know her innovation could transform the lives of 10 million ironing vendors in India. Vinisha, I request you to take over to inspire our participants.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And right now I'm going to share my screen so I can proceed with the PowerPoint presentation. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. A warm welcome to everyone who has come to listen to me give a presentation on sustainability and climate change. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Vinisha Umashankar. I'm 15 years old, a student, innovator, and a public speaker. So just to kick things off, let me give an introduction on what innovation is. Innovation can be a product or service that is original. It shouldn't be something that already exists. It has to be an idea of your own. It can be new or improved, easier and safer to use, and it shouldn't harm anything or anyone in the environment. And remember, while innovating, you have to create sustainable innovation and not disruptive ones. And how do you come to innovation? When you're working on an innovation, it starts off at an idea. That process is called ideation. Ideation is the process of coming up with an idea for a product, process, art, or trademark. Now, the next thing is to figure out what a little visualization can do to you. So just imagine the number of trees that are being cut down for making charcoal on an industrial scale in thousands of tons. How could this be happening in the 21st century? And what's the point of planting trees if we can't stop cutting them to produce unsustainable charcoal? This brings us to thinking, what exactly is the problem? Well, there are several of them. And in the slide, you can see that I've highlighted a few of them, which are the most major problems. Charcoal produces smoke and toxic fumes. These fumes are really harmful to the environment as they contain carbon monoxide and are also really harmful to our health as they cause respiratory diseases. And the process of producing this charcoal itself, it's made by trees which are being cut down and then burnt. So even the process causes air pollution and deforestation. And considering all these factors, it leads to climate change. So let me just tell you about a few other things that also consist with charcoal-based ironing. Most countries, and in especially India, as far as I've observed, a cast iron box is used to heat up the charcoal, and then that's used to iron the clothes. Now, there could be almost 10 million of these ironing carts across the country, each of them burning 5 kg of charcoal. Just some simple arithmetic, and you'll figure out that's 50 million kilograms of charcoal being burnt every day just in India. Imagine, India isn't the only country which uses charcoal-based ironing. Several developing countries across Asia use this process, meaning that there's severely high amount of air pollution going on across the world. The next thing is the weight of the iron box. I know this isn't highly thought about, but the weight of the iron box itself also plays a major role, not in pollution, but the health of the vendor. So the iron box itself is really heavy. And as you can see in these pictures, it's completely cast iron. And cast iron is really heavy, so it weighs around 5 to 6 kg on its own. Adding charcoal inside only makes it even heavier. So you can see where the problem is heading over here. So how do we figure out what is the solution? Well, this took me about 6 to 7 months, but I figured out that India has a really sunny climate with almost 300 sunny days, and that could be a sustainable replacement for charcoal. And after my research, I wrote a technical paper where I described how this innovation should look. These are quite important steps when it comes to bringing out your product. So these are things you might want to note down. And finally, after the technical paper is done, you would like to create a draft diagram of how your product is supposed to look like. This was my process towards creating the solution. Now let's see what my solution does for the problem. First, parts of the solar ironing cart. It has solar panels, a power transformer and controller, a battery, and a steam iron box. I know that may sound simple, but it's the simplicity of the product that makes it unique. And with that simplicity, it's easier for the vendors to understand how to work it out as well. And what does it do? Well, the batteries and the solar panels help produce the power and store it for later usage. The transformer and controller, they control the voltage of the power and convert it for the batteries to store it. And the steam iron box is the main usage of the whole cart. The cart has to be in the ultimate and proper length for it to access the roads. And of course, though ironing is a business, you can't really earn a lot from it. So I added a few things to the solar ironing cart from which the vendors can earn extra income. The first one is a GSM PCO. Then I have USB charging ports in case someone wants to charge a device. And then a mobile recharge system. Suppose you want to top up your data or call in. And the question I almost always get asked is, how can you use the solar ironing cart on a rainy day? Suppose the monsoon season, you don't get much sunlight. Well, the first thing is the solar panels work with ambient sunlight, meaning even if there are no direct sun rays, it can always still produce power, even if not as effectively. And the second thing, there are batteries inside. Each of them is 120 amperes, meaning that it can be used for almost 2 to 3 days with little to no power from the panels itself. And here are the 3 SDGs which it fulfills the most. The first one is the 7th SDG, affordable and clean energy. I used icons so they're a little more easier to understand. The first thing, with affordable and clean energy, you can use solar panels, a battery, and a steam iron completely off the grid. It doesn't use any form of non-renewable energy, which means it's completely affordable and clean. The second one is sustainable cities and communities. The whole point of the solar ironing cart is to create a community which is sustainable, meaning there's no deforestation. The income of the vendors also increases, meaning that they can sustain their family, provide an education for the future generation, and get out of the poverty cycle. The 13th, the most important one, is climate action. We live in an age where the most pressing issue right now is climate change. So we have to take action for that. The first one is to eliminate any harmful habits and behaviors or whole businesses that may be around your locality. In my case, it's charcoal-based ironing. So it eliminates the harmful usage of charcoal, deforestation, and it cleans the air around you. Just for a summary, it eliminates charcoal for ironing, reduces air pollution, deforestation, and the severity of climate change. It empowers small entrepreneurs, in this case, the ironing vendors. It's affordable, viable, easy to use, and long-lasting. The second thing that's most important for a product is to prototype and patent it. The model that you see here is the most recent prototype of the solar ironing cart, and I've tested it out. It works really well. But what would happen if someone else copied this idea? Well, they wouldn't be able to because it has a patent. And this patent, it makes sure that I have full ownership over the idea. So if you do have an idea and you think of making a prototype, make sure to patent it as well, just in case, so no one else can take your idea away from you. And here's a list of a few awards and recognitions I've gained because of the solar ironing cart. The first one is the Ignite Award in 2019. I received a trophy and a certificate from the late and former President of India, Dr. Pranab Mukherjee. The second one was my first international win, the Children's Climate Prize. And this I won at the age of 14 with a certificate, a medal, and a cash prize, which helped me create my first prototype. Then comes the Earthshot Prize. I became a finalist in the Clean Our Air category, and it's conducted by Prince William, so it was a big opportunity, and it helped me speak at the Glasgow Summit, which brings me to my COP26 gallery. The first one is me speaking to the Prime Minister, me speaking at Glasgow Breakthroughs, which was one of my most biggest opportunities so far. I managed to address several of the world leaders and meet Prince William himself. So the takeaway from this is when you come up with an idea, you're helping yourself and the environment, because it's one thing for us to raise our voices. When we do, we'll get recognition, and competitions and platforms can help you with this. So believe in yourself, and what others think of you or your idea is completely irrelevant. Just focus on your passion and develop your own unique set of skills. Those who once criticized you will now congratulate you instead. So just be yourself and stay curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinisha, for such an amazing presentation. Now we have the question and answer round. And the first question for you is, how did you come up with such an innovative idea?
Okay, so I came up with this idea when I was about 12 years old. It's just a simple thing. I noticed the charcoal-based ironing carts and an ironing vendor in my own street. Of course, I see this every day, but of that particular day, something struck me as wrong. So I went home and I did a little research, and then I figured out charcoal causes all these harmful problems. And since then, I've just been developing this innovation.
And we have the next question. What do you think we as students could do to help save the environment? Like many of us have so many ideas, but there's no proper way we can implement them.
Okay, so the first thing when it comes to these ideas that you have, you might want to try and enroll them in a competition of some sort, because these competitions provide you platforms. And as students, I know we don't have financial grants for ourselves. So these competitions can really help you and your innovation or idea gain recognition, which is the most important thing, because the first competition I attended helped me prototype and patent my product. So competitions are really important. So if you can apply to some of them, it could really help.
Moving on to the next question. They've asked, how do you balance both your innovations as well as academics in school?
So I'd say starting off your innovation is the most difficult part. It takes a lot of your time. But after that, it's mostly just helping your innovation get forward into the market and helping other people realize the importance of the issue you're tackling. So if you just perceive through the first few months of your idea, then afterwards it gets easier. It's easier to balance. You also have practice at this point. So it's not as difficult as you think it is.
And you had mentioned that you had written a technical paper and you have published it. Is there any way we can access it?
As of now, I don't think so, but once it does, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. Does
Are there
anybody
any-
have questions? You can drop it in the chat box. For the next question, someone has asked, how can one get help with money when one has new ideas? How do you discover these competitions that you spoke about?
Most of these competitions come from researching about them online. So just type in the keywords that you like, and you'll figure out websites which show you several competitions for your age limit, for your category, and so on. So once you find a competition that you think is suitable for you, just enroll yourself, and you will not always win on the first try. Though if you do, well, that's amazing, congratulations. But most of the time, that is not the case. But don't get downhearted at once, because sometimes it does take a little more work to bring out your idea to the public, gain recognition. So once it does, it makes it easier to spread awareness, to make people realize the importance of your project.
Thank you, Vinisha, for your amazing presentation and answering all of our questions. Now we can move on to the presentation. Research on renewable sources of energy is a need of the hour. With more and more desires and requirements of comforts, we have caused enough change in climate, which is causing a boomerang effect on us. Now, I call upon the speakers of the first presentation for the conference, Yashaswini, Punya, and Ananya. Let's hear their views on climate change.
Good morning, one and all present here. We are the students of Amrita Vidyalayam Mysuru of class 10. It is a privilege to have you all here and to present on the happening topic climate change. Myself, Ananya, and my teammates Yashaswini and Punya. Now let's begin with our topic climate change. Climate change. Here is the gist of our presentation. What is climate? Climate is the description of the long-term pattern of the weather in a particular area. Some scientists define climate as the average weather for a particular region and time period, usually taken over 30 years. It is really an average pattern of weather for a particular region. As we know, there are different types of climate. such as tropical, dry, temperature, continental, and polar. Now, I would like to request my teammate Punya to take over.
What is climate change? Climate change is the transformation by the change in the usual climate of the planet that are especially caused by human activities and also by the natural elements like temperature, precipitation, and wind, etc. These are the changes occurring in the climate. Climate change impacts the atmosphere by the influence of tasks taken up such as generating power, manufacturing goods, cutting down forests, using transportation, powering buildings, and global warming, etc. Characteristic part of climate changes are solar radiations, temperature, humidity, precipitation, atmospheric pressure, and wind. Now, my teammate Yashaswini will take over the topic.
Global warming. Global warming is the long-term change, heating of Earth's climate system since the pre-industrial period, mainly due to the human activities and heating of primary fossil fuels, which leads to the trapping greenhouse gases levels. Widespread decrease in the extent of snow and ice is an example of global warming. How to fight climate change? Firstly, we should create awareness among people about the issue, reducing uses of greenhouse gases emissions, starting to create sustainable development culture, educating yourself and others are some ways to fight against climate change. Climate change in India. Climate change in India is having profound effects on India, which is ranked fourth among the list of countries most affected by climate change in 2015. India emits about 3 gigatons carbon dioxide of greenhouse gases each year, about 2.5 tons per person, which is less than the world average. The country emits 7% of global emission despite having 17% of the world population. Temperature rises on the Tibetan Plateau are causing Himalayan glacier to retreat, threatening the flow rate of Ganga, Brahmaputra, and Yamuna and other major rivers. A 2007 Worldwide Fund for Nature report states that the Indus River may run dry for some reason. Heat waves in India. Heat waves that swept across the north and northwest India this year have been breaking records. The regions experienced the hottest March in 122 years. April followed suit. India's capital, New Delhi, witnessed temperature breach the 49% Celsius mark. Indeed, climate change will increase the intensity of heat waves, said climate scientists. Now, I request my teammate Ananya to conclude the topic.
We as responsible young citizens should educate people about the issue on the climate and make ideas of getting rid of it. Mainly, we should think the issue as our personal and should take measures on it. So now I would like to conclude by saying that climate change is a terrible problem and it is absolute needs to be solved. It deserves to be a huge priority. We thank you for giving us this wonderful opportunity to express our views on the climate change. Thank you one and all.
Thank you. That was an amazing presentation. You have explained all clearly. So moving on to the next presentation. So the main cause of climate change, which is caused due to humans, is carbon emission. Carbon footprint is an important parameter for each of us to consider to contribute towards a healthy planet. I request Harshita and Hanvita to take over the stage for the presentation on carbon footprint.
Good morning, one and all present here. Hi, Ashita and my friend Anvita of class 10 are presenting a presentation about carbon footprint. In this presentation, we would come to know about the things like what is carbon footprint, different types of carbon footprint, ecological effect, percentage of an average person's footprint, and finally the conclusion. Now, my friend Anvita will take up the next session.
Now, let's begin the presentation by defining what is carbon footprint. A carbon print is a measure of the impact our activities have on the environment and in the particular climate change. It relates to the amount of greenhouse gases produced in our day-to-day lives through burning fossil fuels for the electricity, heating, etc. Carbon footprint also depends on the greenhouse effect. So let us see the greenhouse effect, how it occurs. Okay, back to the topic. There are different types of carbon footprint. The first one is primary carbon footprint. This is a measure of how much carbon dioxide is given out directly by energy consumption. So you are in control of this type of carbon footprint. The second one, secondary carbon footprint. This is a measure of carbon dioxide given out. This is not under your control by products you consume. The carbon footprint is a measurement of all greenhouse gases we individually produce and has units of ton or kg of carbon dioxide equivalent. A carbon footprint is the total set of greenhouse gases emissions caused by an organization, event, product, or person. Green gases can be emitted through transport, land clearance, and the production and consumption of food fuels. Now let us have a look on the ecological footprint. Ecological footprint. The phrase ecological footprint is a metaphor used to depict the amount of land and water, area, and human population or hypothetically need to provide the resources required to support to itself and to observe its wastes given prevailing technology. The term was coined in 1992 by Canadian ecologist and professor at the University of British Columbia, William Rees. Mitigation the carbon footprint developments of alternative projects such as solar or wind energy or reforestation represents one way of reducing a carbon footprint and is often known as carbon offsetting. The main influences of carbon footprints include population, economic output, and energy and carbon intensity of the economy. These factors are the main target of individuals and businesses. In order to decrease carbon footprint, scholars suggest the most effective way to decrease a carbon footprint is to either decrease the amount of energy needed for the production or to decrease the dependence of carbon emitting fuels. This is the pie chart of the percentage of an average person's of the carbon footprint. Hereby the conclusion will be concluded by the Harshita.
Finally, I would like to conclude by saying that the carbon footprints have started becoming synonyms to a comprehensive GSG account over the life cycle stages of any product or activity. The carbon footprint study is the basis of low carbon research. The carbon footprint has been commercialized and is being utilized by organizations to count themselves and their products' carbon adapt measures to cut down emissions to meet the green consumer expectations of consumers or governmental requests, and provides enormous opportunities to encourage enterprises to improve production efficiency and reduce resource consumption and waste, and promote the development of innovation and technology to help open new business opportunities and promote corporate social responsibility and achieve sustainable development. Thank you, Manila, President you, for giving such a wonderful opportunity to talk about the carbon footprint. And thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you both for such a delightful presentation. You have really enlightened everyone about the topic of carbon footprint. Now, we request everybody to join back by 12:50 as we will resume the session at 1 p.m. We now have a short break. Thank you, everyone.
I would like all the panelists, all the presenters of this session to raise their hand so we can make them panelists so they can check their videos and mic. I would like all the presenters for this session to raise their hands so we can make them panelists so they can check their mic and videos, please. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the post-lunch session. We are having 4 presentations and followed by a panel discussion. So for our first presentation, we are here to discuss about climate. And we left off by talking about climate. And now it leads to a question, does it affect crops? Do you all remember we had studied in our previous classes that Rabi and Kharif crops, the classification based on which crops grow in which climate? With so much of climate change, I wonder what would happen to these crops. Will we discover new varieties of crops, or we will discover nothing? So let's listen to Trisha's view on sustainable food. I would like Trisha to come on and
If Trisha is able to hear us, could you please start with your presentation? I'm sorry for the delay. Trisha has faced some network issues. She'll be joining back shortly.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Trisha Shah. I'm from grade 9 and Cygnus World School. And today I'll be telling you about food sustainability. Now, when you hear the term food sustainability, the first thing that comes to your mind is, what does it mean? The UN defines the food sustainability as the idea that something, for example, agriculture, fishing, or even preparation of food is done in a way that's not wasteful of our natural resources and can be continued into the future without being detrimental to our environment and our health. The UN's Food and Agriculture Organization, which is the FOA, states that a sustainable food system should deliver nutrition and food security for everyone in a way that's economically viable and socially beneficial. This is a GIF that tells you how many calories of fossil fuel it takes to produce each and every one of these food items. As you can see, the amount increases with every food item. Now, let us familiarize with the problems faced. Hunger and malnutrition are such a widespread problem that the UN has emphasized a profound change of global food and agricultural system is needed to tackle it. This change should include striving for the sustainable production of food. It also helps to aid good employment and community support. Through food sustainability, we reduce food miles of food items. Now, you might think, what does food miles mean? Food miles refers to the distance traveled by a food item before reaching you, and by this, the pollution produced by the vehicles is reduced. For example, if a certain food item is traveling a long distance to reach you, the same way the pollution produced by the vehicles is also very much. Thus, it's suggested that you buy locally available food items to reduce the food miles, and the pollution will also be reduced. Food sustainability also expresses the need to reduce the use of chemicals and fertilizers and to protect our lands from pollution. Fortunately, a lot of farmers nowadays are using more sustainable methods of farming. We already know that pollution is damaging our world immensely. Thus, it's important and necessary that even in these small ways, by controlling our diets, we fulfill our duty of protecting Mother Earth. This is another GIF. Each of these colors signify how much harm is done to our environment by these food items. Making sustainable food choices. All this must seem daunting, but as with anything, learning and changing slowly is key. We don't have to completely rethink our shopping list. Instead, we can make 1 or 2 changes every week or month. We can swap beef mince for veggie mince because dairy and animal produce is not only harmful to our health, but also to our environment. Choose fair trade coffee or have a go at reducing food waste at home. Over 30 leading scientists contributed to the EAT Lancet report on healthy diets from sustainable food systems. The report summarizes that transformation to healthy diets by 2050 will require substantial dietary shifts. Global consumption of fruits, vegetables, nuts, and legumes will have to double, and the consumption of foods such as red meat and sugar will have to be reduced by more than 50%. We've already familiarized with the problems. Now let us go through the solutions. Reduce the amount of meat, fish, and dairy that you eat. Like we discussed before, animal and dairy produce are harmful to the environment. Choose to eat foods that are in season. Reduce your food waste. Choose products that have been traded fairly, growing food and experiencing farming firsthand. Now, if you don't have the option of a plot to plate attitude or home gardens, purchasing food from local and familiar farms is important because it reduces the food miles of a certain item. Supporting initiatives for sustainable production and healthier food. Demanding greater transparency about the hidden costs of food. Checking labels for sustainably produced items. The last one is because sustainability became a huge trend in the middle. So people started marking and labeling items as sustainable even though they weren't. So whenever you're buying a certain item, do double check and make sure that it is actually sustainable. Medical News Today asks Kristen Kirkpatrick, MS, RDN, why food sustainability matters to us as individuals and as a global community. She responded, food sustainability is a matter for both present and future generations around the globe. It is a window into whether society will provide for itself now, but also its future later. Taking only what Earth can provide and not tinkering with its limits is why food sustainability matters on any level. Accomplishing this ensures that the Earth will provide now and later for all future generations. Additionally, food sustainability is healthier for humans and the Earth. These are the references that I used to make this PPT. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed my presentation.
Thank you so much, Trisha, for that lovely presentation. Now, moving on, we have planned with a activity for you guys. Just wait a minute.
Some of our presenters have not joined in, and panel discussion is at 1 p.m. later on. So we'll be having a small activity in just a few minutes, conducted by Aishwarya.
Hello everyone. So for the first game, let's play Hangman. The rules are quite simple. You have a word and you have to guess. You have up to 5 guesses. So you can begin guessing the word. You can send in your guesses in the chat box.
The first letter we got is A, and the entire word we got is bunch.
Both the guesses are wrong, as well as bunch. You can type in one letter at a time.
Any more guesses?
All the words will be related to conservation and sustainability.
Okay, another guess is M, I, S. I'm guessing these are the first letters.
S is correct.
Okay. T. Any M, okay.
Sorry, M is the wrong guess.
E.
Correct. She's Santoshni, correct. Trees.
Trees.
So this is the next word. You can begin guessing in the chat box.
A, S, S, A, environment, entire word.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the guess?
We have the letters A, S, S again, and then A again. And Santoshni has given us the word environment.
No, S is there, but A is not there, and environment is wrong.
M, E, T.
M is wrong.
Another guess is ecosystem. Another guess is I, N, O, U.
No, U is wrong. This is, yes, correct, Shri Santoshini. Conservation is the word. Okay, this one is very easy word. You have 5 guesses for this. No, there's I and S are not correct. Those 2 letters are not in the word. O is not in the word. I'll give you a small clue. You might have seen there's a part of the word in our Zoom meet itself. O is also not the right answer.
We got planet as a response.
Yes, that's correct. Planet. Very good. Okay, now you can start guessing this one.
A, and then there's Santoshi saying E.
A is not there.
E is the right one. Then
E is there.
T.
T is not there.
M.
M is also not there. How many guesses were we at?
I have no clue. It's purely done by 5, I guess.
It's okay. Let's just continue then.
Do we have a clue?
Okay, actually, this can be used a lot in waste management. There are three types of, like 3 steps to it.
You got the clues, guys. I guess. Recycle.
Yes, recycle is the word. Okay, this word has 2 parts, but it's one of the most trending topics right now. And it is something a lot of people have spoken about.
Our first guess is E. Is E the right word?
Yes, E is the right letter. Yes,
We got
climate is
climate as a
correct.
word. Climate change.
Yes, perfect.
Wow.
That's it. It seems
Wow,
to
Vidyatri.
be getting the answers.
I know, right?
Yes, it's perfectly right. Okay, now we will be moving on to the next session.
In the morning, Aishwarya mentioned a song which would be played. So I guess we can listen to it while waiting for the presenters to join. I hope you like.
Is the audio audible?
No, the audio it's not audible.
It's not audible.
Just a second. A drop of water is worth more than a sack of gold to a thirsty man. Is it now? Every
It
drop
is.
counts. Okay. When you conserve water, you conserve life. Drop falling from above, wasted down below. You might not feel the pain now, sure will feel in the future. The future. Oh, close up the sun, used to drop again. Treat them well, recharge them, bring them again. Close up the sun, used to drop again. Treat them well, recharge them, bring them again.
us who's gonna spread. It's us who's gonna help the grown-ups grow. By close up and used to drop again. Treat them well, recharge them, bring them again. Close up and used to drop again. Treat them well, recharge them, bring them again. Bring them
I hope you guys enjoyed the song.
We'll be starting the panel discussions now. So could all the panelists raise your hands so that we could promote them to?
So now I'd like Ms. Ritika Rao to take the responsibilities of the panel, and our panelists are, just a sec. Our panelists are Dharmya Patel, Trisha Shah, Shweta N, Vidharthi Girish, and Sai Harish.
Thank you, Ayush. Hello, everyone. I'm Ritika Rao. I'll be the moderator for today's panel discussion. The topic of today's discussion is health of the people. On the panel, we have Dharmaya Patel, Trisha Shah, Shweta SN, Vidhatri Girish, and Sai Harsh. Before beginning the discussion, I'd like to give a brief introduction of the topic. In today's times, being healthy and being disease-free has become synonymous. But it's not the case. Health means the state of being free from illness or injury. Being healthy consists of being healthy physically and mentally. Most of today's population isn't healthy, but we as a global community has been working on it, working towards the goal of a healthy world. Today, we'll be discussing the meaning of health, what the global goal is, and last but the most important, how we can contribute towards the health of people. Now, the first question I would like to ask the panelists is, what are your views about today's topic?
1 second. Could all of the panelists put on their videos?
Okay.
Vidhatri, are you facing some problems?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just a second.
I'd like a minute. There's some issue with my camera.
Could you try now, Vidhatri?
Yes, sir.
I'd like Ms. Vidatri Girish to proceed with answering the question. What are your views about today's topic?
Yeah, so today's topic is the health of people. So now the health of people is very important in the present days because of the COVID-19 which has came, so many people have lost their lives, and being healthy is very important. As a proverb says, health is wealth. Both mental and physical health are very important. In my point of view, if I am healthy, I can attain my day-to-day activities with lot of enthusiasm, and I can involve myself 100% in learning. Not only that, my mental well-being is also very important for a better concentration and being focused.
Okay, Dharmaya, would you like to share your views first?
Sure. So what I think is, when it comes to health of human beings, we are considered as the most abundant species in the world. So, and we have the power to manipulate our environment. So if we are healthy, we can think more sustainably, and in turn help our environment.
Okay, Sai, would you go next?
Sai Harish, could you please go next?
Yeah. So I would like to say that human health is an important factor because it influences the economic development of the world, and is interdependent on each other. So human health, in case human health declines, we can see that our species would decline. So basically, it would lead to a damage in the ecosystem.
Okay, Trisha?
Yeah, human health is incredibly important. It's been quoted that who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything. Good health leads to happiness and prosperity in all fields, and people who are happy and healthy can be more productive, save more, and live longer.
Okay. So, from your points, we understand that health of humans is important. So, to work towards that goal, United Nations have established some goals for the whole world. They are known as United Nations Sustainability Goals, as you would be aware. So, what are your views on it, and do you appreciate them or not? Vidatri? Vidatri, would you please share your views?
She seems to be frozen. I think there's
I think so too. Okay, I'll ask someone else. Harish?
Yeah. So the UN SDGs, they are quite an effective way when it comes to implanting preventive measures and developing specific countries. So if such goals are targeted, we can say it would be easy for the people to know what they want the country, the future of the country to be.
Okay. Dharmaya?
I agree with Sai Harish, and I would not like to add any.
Okay, so the UNSDs, do you think they are a bit unachievable in the given time period, or do you think it's achievable? The goals which are set, almost all of them are set for 2030. So do you think they are achievable with the present conditions? And I'd like everyone to add points. It's a discussion and not an interrogation. So
Can I go first?
Yeah, you can.
So I think they are achievable, but for that we need unity of the entire human race.
But do you think the unity of entire human race is possible at the present time?
Utopianly, it is possible, and we need to make people aware. And I'm sure every one of us would be happy to save our Earth.
Yeah, true. So, what do you think are we people doing towards achieving those goals? Everyone, not just with Dharmaya.
I think organizations and discussions like this, they are an important step to, bringing, making a difference on a global scale. And yeah, I mean, we do a lot right now, but it doesn't seem to be enough. But I think, to your prior question, I think the human race is just so remarkable, that if we put our minds to something, we can definitely do it. And the things that the human race is facing right now, it has been brought upon the world by us. So we are the ones who have harmed the world. So, we have to be its cure. We've been its destroyer. We have to be its cure. And we have to work hard for it.
Yes. Anyone else? Okay. So I'm assuming all of you are students since the conference is for class up till class 12th. So as students, what do you think you are doing for the health of people and for the health of the planet and people and environment in general? As students, what is your contribution? And if not now, how do you plan to contribute towards the goals in the future?
Can I answer?
Yeah, you can.
So how I plan to contribute is first through conferences like this. So where students come, the youth comes and interacts with each other and share their ideas. And on top of that, we need to spread awareness to all the peoples who are not exposed to particularly this SDGs.
Yes, true words. Harish, would you like to go next?
Yes. So I'd say the main thing affecting the human health can be unhygienic practices. So when we say health, the next thing we remember is diseases. So I'd say most of the diseases could get wiped off if people become hygienic, especially in rural areas, rural parts of the world. And other points could include mental health, so like stress, hypertension, etc. So if we try keeping ourselves away from stress, I think we can live a peaceful life.
Okay. Trisha, would you like to share your views?
Sure. It's not really feasible for us as ninth graders to become doctors and help the health of humans in that way. But I think on our own level, to just maintain a certain hygiene maybe, or to promote it around us, and to make sure that the people that we interact with are doing well, health wise, not only physically but mentally. And yeah, like Dharmaya said, on platforms like these, we get to show our views. And I think that's really important as the youth, because I guess we really do have the power to bring change, and we can make a difference, and we can prove to people that we can do a lot of things to help the health and prosperity of the world.
Okay, Vidatri has joined us again. So Vidatri, the question was, as students,
as a school student, I would like to start with a proverb again. Healthy youth lead to healthy nation. In this intense competitive world and survival of the fittest is the main mantra. If humans are more healthy, they can give their 100% to the growth of the country. Again, not only physical, but mental health is equally important for some exile. It's the same knowledge is being shared, but someone healthy by mind and body makes the best use of
Okay. So, as every one of you said, we need to acknowledge and inform everyone about the problems, and we need to work together to solve the problems and reach the goals. Since you're students, what do you think should be added to our academics for this? What additions can we make to our studies to make people more educated, more informed about the climate change and the health of people, health of planet, and everything in general? Harish, would you like to go to? Would you like to answer?
As I said earlier, it would be good if schools come up with lessons that teach about hygiene and how to be hygienic, how to prevent diseases, how are diseases caused.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Vedat?
Yeah, as Harish said, I agree with that, and I would like to add some points. And make sure your big purchases do not harm the environment. And don't carry polythene bags. Instead of that, you can carry cloth or paper bag whenever you go out, and use renewable energy like wind and solar.
Okay. So I would like Shweta to answer since she is the newest addition to the panel.
Yeah, actually, I would agree with Vedatri and say that it is actually very useful to not use polythene or plastic bags. And also, while learning as a student, we should also learn about things like Swachh Bharat, which is conducted in our country, and everything like that, which is actually useful for our youth, our growing teenagers to learn about.
So whenever we talk about cleanliness, we always go to banning plastics. Do you think it's plausible to ban plastics without a good alternative? Like, there are cloth bags, but they are not waterproof. So what do you think we should do in the sector of innovations to overcome this problem?
I would like to answer.
Yeah.
So to find alternatives for plastics, already researches are going on, and we have found some alternative, but definitely it's not possible to completely substitute a plastic. And what I think is, instead of using plastics, using this alternatives would not completely help our environment, because some way or the other it is going to damage the environment.
Yes.
But
yeah, continue.
so like you talked about water resistance, right? So we cannot get something just as plastic, but we need to sort of negotiate with all the products that we have, and it's fine if we do not have one feature of it.
Yeah. So, but in my view, in many products, plastic is more durable as it's non-reactant to, like, in food packaging and in many other places. So those qualities of plastic need to be replaced, and until that is achieved, we need to use plastic. So what I'm trying to say is banning plastic is not an option, but reducing the use of it, reusing the plastic, that is what we should focus on right now, because we do not have better alternatives yet. since we are on the topic of recycling, how do you think we can, what do I say? How do you think we can reuse, reduce, and recycle? What all things in the house, in schools, and in our environment do you think we can perform the 3 R's on? Harish, Trisha, please, I would like you to participate in the discussion.
I think it's only a matter of creativity. I think almost about everything has the potential of being reused, reduced, or recycled. So yeah, I mean, it's just based on how creative a mind can get. Like, I think only recently I saw this thing where they used bicycle gears to make a lamp, which like you would never ever think of that. And like bicycle gears into a lamp, that's completely crazy, but it looked amazing. And also like all of that metal that was probably just in would probably go to trash. Well, it was reused for something that was, you know, really creative and really innovative. So yeah, I mean, it's just a matter how creative a human mind can get, and we already know that humans have the capability to become really, really creative and use their innovation. So yeah.
Okay, Shweta?
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to say that Trisha is right about the creativity. Because in our school also, we have done things like we used plastic bottles, cans to make pots for plants, and we have even planted a garden with it. So, like that, we all can do some small changes in our home also for all of these changes for the environment, to save environment.
Yes. Harish, would you like to add some points?
For example, in my home, whenever there are some functions, we bring the water cans, right? In that, we can just cut it half and we can plant more, we can plant some samplings or some herbs in that, like coriander.
Yeah. Harish?
Yes, I actually wanted to tell the point that Shweta was telling, using plastic bottles as pots, flower pots, such things.
So this was what I was intending to hear when I had asked what we should do at our level. And as Shweta said, that schools can initiate the curriculum. We can add this to our academics, the recycling, and all those reducing, reusing, everything. To know more methods to increase the creativity, we need to start at the basic level. That is when we are students. So now that we're talking about recycling, our world has just still not ended, but we have just seen a pandemic, a global pandemic. And in these times when vaccines were created and so many of the PPE kits were disposed, not all of them were properly disposed. So do you have in mind some methods we can use for the medical waste to dispose the medical waste correctly? Anyone?
We should discover the packaging materials which quickly, which quickly recycles with the minimum carbon footprints.
Okay, since now you have brought up the topic of carbon footprint, does anyone know exactly what carbon footprint is? Dharmaya, would you like to answer?
I'm not sure if I'll be able to define it perfectly.
Okay, okay, let's not go to the perfect definition. What do you understand when you hear the term carbon footprint?
So I get that, for example, if we are decomposing something or trying to decompose something, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to define that.
Okay, would anyone else like to answer the question?
I think carbon footprint is the total amount of the greenhouse gas emissions.
Yes, you're right. I had recently read somewhere that London or UK, I do not remember correctly, had become carbon efficient or something. The term is, I do not remember the term, but it meant that they reduce more greenhouse gases than they produce. That is, they decompose it more than they produce. I do not remember the exact term for it, but that was the concept. So do you think India can achieve that? Trisha, Shweta, Harish, anyone?
Yes, India can achieve it surely. Nowadays, the government is focusing more on the sustainability. So very soon, India can achieve.
Okay. What can we ask next? So, in India, what are the recent changes you have seen? As you said, India can achieve it, and government is trying to work towards it. Do you know of any policies or anything?
In the COVID-19, there was a shortage of the ventilators, or oxygen cans, and all. So India government supported the startups by giving them the funds to create new this ventilators and all in India and for India, and we can just supply it to the needy countries also. By this example, I think India can achieve the point which you told.
Okay, Shweta, would you like to add some points?
Actually, as she said, government has helped many startups, and this would mean to the actual plan is Make in India. Like, it's about India producing its own things so that it depends on itself other than other countries.
Okay. Harish, Trisha, anyone?
The government people both are definitely working towards it, but I mean, nothing's impossible, but with the amount of population that we have, it will be definitely will be tough. But I think if we're devoted to it and if we actually work hard, then we will be able to, in the future, we will be able to do it.
Okay. Trisha here presented on sustainable food. So anyone would like to add their views about the topic, sustainable food? Harish, Shweta, anyone? Okay. Trisha, would you like to go again?
Sure. I think sustainable food, it's the very first step in, helping planet Earth. But it's an efficient and an easy rather one, because we have food like multiple times every single day. So I think even making the smallest changes in, like, say, buying locally found food items, or you know reducing your food waste. I think even the smallest steps, since since we consume food on such a regular basis, I think it will make a huge difference, even though it's not that hard. Sustainable food practices, I think a lot of us do them at home as such, and there are a few more methods that we can apply. But yeah, I think that it will be a first step, and it will be an easy and efficient one.
Okay. Since you said
Can
food
I
waste.
say my opinion on sustainable food?
Okay. Please do.
Sustainable food are the types of food that are grown or reared in a manner that limits their negative impacts on the environment. Sustainable food are environment-friendly food that minimize the greenhouse gas emission, and our resources are sustainably as possible. Not only that, sustainable eating involves selecting food that are healthy for our body and environment, but it also means food that provide a balanced diet for our body, but also facilitates the conservation of our nature.
Okay, since Trisha mentioned food waste, I'm sure in all of our houses there must be some wastage of food. So how do you in your own house deal with it? If you compost it, and what are your methods of disposing the waste?
We basically put it in a bag and close it tightly so that no more insects or any kind of microbes or bacteria get into it and spread diseases. And and it also prevents the smell by tying it tightly. And
Okay, but that's just a way of throwing away the waste. How do you not reuse it technically, but how do you use it? Like we all say we can make compost out of it.
yeah.
Do we actually do that at our own homes?
Sometimes we do it, and when we are peeling some vegetable skin, we use it as a compost, and some dry leaves also we can use because there are trees in front of our home. The dry leaves which falls, we will use it as a compost.
Okay. Harish,
Yeah. So I would like to say that we can use the food waste like vegetable peels, skins. We can give such biodegradable waste to animals such as cow, because probably they eat it. So I've seen cows eating watermelon skins, etc. So we can either compose it, decompose it in our gardens, or else give it to animals.
yes, we sure can, but do we? Take those methods? We all know about these methods from the textbook and all, and the internet in general. But do we actually do these?
Can I add something?
When it comes to decomposing, I'm not sure if I'd follow it. But when it comes to giving food to animals, I do that.
Good. Okay, Dharma, you wanted to say something?
So in my locality, there is an organization, I do not remember the name, but so every week they come and collect the food waste, and then they compost it in a local ground here. And the organization is run by school students.
See, someone had mentioned that we at school level can't do much, but we can if we put our minds to it. Okay, we talked about our locality, our country, but this problem isn't just in India or in our locality, it's a global problem. We being global citizens do not only need to perform locally, but also globally. So how do we do that? Shweta?
Actually, we can spread awareness about it. Many people won't even know that plastics can be eaten by animals and it can kill it. So we can spread awareness about plastics and such things to people through many ways.
But aren't all awareness campaigns already running? Government is already running so many awareness campaigns and everything is being done, but we do not exactly see the results of it. Even now when you go to roads, you see plastic lying everywhere. So do you think they are efficient, and do they give results actually?
It depends on the mindset on the people. Like if people
Yes,
actually,
I wanted to say that it's not.
Harish, Shweta is speaking. I'll come to you.
Okay, sure.
Shweta, continue.
no, I don't have any problem.
Okay. Harish, you can continue.
Yeah, so I wanted to say I cannot say that it's impossible to bring such changes because the word impossible itself has the word I am possible. So it could be a gradual change that could take time, but we can say we can try our best trying to bring changes.
Okay. So, how many times have you yourself seen awareness campaigns running? Ads, posters, internet, anywhere? But do people at your own home follow it? Trisha, Vidhatri, Dharmya, anyone can answer.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
We see campaigns on daily basis, but you raise a point that we do not follow it, and that's true for most of the people. But that's cause it's like when one starts, slowly everyone starts. So, for example, in a school, if we make habit of doing vermicomposting in our school, slowly one student will begin it at their house level, and then slowly his friends would see him and copy him, and that's the way it spread.
Trisha, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I mean, we all see awareness campaigns, like you said, and we've, seen the slogans, seen the posters, but really, realistically, not a lot of us really follow through with it. But like he said, when you start using these methods on like in your own day-to-day basis, people will see and they'll notice and they will feel inspired on some level, and 50% of the people who will see you, say, even taking the example of sustainable food, if you start buying locally and you spread awareness about what difference it makes about the food miles and everything, 50% of the people will be inspired and will feel like, you know what, we should do this ourselves too. And I think that to act globally, we need to start acting locally.
True. I'd like to ask you a question. If you go to the store and you see a packet of Lay's and a packet of some local chips, what would be your first thought to buy which one?
Well, obviously the better known company.
See,
definitely.
That's my point. Just thinking of buying everything locally and these ideas do not actually work in the real life when we think of it. So we need to come up with creative ways to implement the ideas, like the campaign started by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Local for Vocal. It could work when the locals do give us such products, and we as a community need to market local goods too. Because if we just focus on the brands, that is like you said, Lay's and all others, we actually miss out some very good foods, and not food but many good things in general. Sometimes local things are way better than the branded ones. So we too at our level need to market. We need to try new such things so that we can tell other people to try. So next time you go to a store, buy local chips. Okay, with this discussion comes to an end. I'd like to summarize. See, we all talked about many different things and how we can change the world, to be specific. Everything starts at the basic level. I think we need our government to add some curriculum in the academics. That is, we need to make people, when they are students, aware about these things. We need to be vocal for local, and we need to do things from the very basic level. Even when you're students, you need to add some value towards the goals. So I hope we all in the future contribute as much as we can. I'd like to give end this discussion. Ayush, please take over. Thank you, everyone.
1 second before Ayush takes over, I have a couple of points to speak about. Yeah. Sorry, just a second. Yes, I'm visible, right? Okay, cool. So when I loved the panel discussion, and to be honest, it was amazing the way it was conducted and the way our panelists came up with ideas. There were 2 points which I feel I want to address right now. One of them being school organizations. Quite a few topics which came up was regarding how school students can contribute to be part of organizations or to start organizations. Under that sector, I wanted to invite any of you who have any amazing ideas or hobbies which you think could contribute for some good cause, such as mental health, sustainability. There are so many things which need to be addressed right now in the present for youth and adults. So if you'd like to contribute, you can send us your hobby, interest, sort of a portfolio on what you like to do to the Gmail ID, which I'll be putting in the chat box in a few minutes after I'm done talking, with a picture of yours which shows your face clearly. And the second point is we started speaking about local goods. So in that, I'd like to give a shout out to the amazing supporters that we had for this conference. You could check out our supporters, and you could even buy some amazing goods from them as well from the website. You can go over to their websites as well and check it out. So yeah, now I'd like to hand it over to Ayush. Thank you so much, Ritika, for handling the panel amazingly. And
thank you for inviting me.
And all panelists for being really thoughtful and thought-provoking at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, moderator, and everyone in the who was a part of this. This was an exchange. This was an interesting exchange of ideas. Now, with this, the first day of Steffi comes to an end. And now we will meet tomorrow with more amazing presentations and another round of panel discussion. Thank you. Have a great day ahead.